looks like things are up and running properly. Heyo. Looks like we got another day of resource grinding. I am pretty happy. I don't know if y'all noticed, but they put out a notification saying that we're having a contest. We're having a building contest. They're doing it based on faction. So there's going to be a winner from Atreides, a winner from Harkonnen, and a winner from the factionless, which I might go ahead and build something and send it in. Who knows? The winner gets a Lego Ornithopter, which would be kind of cool to have. Honestly, I might not even build it. I might just keep it in its package. Hey, what's up, Taco? Gotta have that water. I'm learning. I'm freaking learning, dude. One of these days, I'm gonna use my skills. I'm gonna have water. And I'm gonna use my shield. And it's gonna be glorious. Just freaking glorious. I did see the base building contest. Yeah, it's actually kind of exciting. I still have a lot of work that I want to do on just getting the infrastructure and stuff like that set. So, I probably will continue doing all this infrastructure stuff, but I got 6 days until my 1-year anniversary stream, which is going to try to be a 24-hour stream. So what we might do is we might go ahead and get all this infrastructure and all this stuff set up. And then on the 20th, I might go ahead and just like try and do a build day and then submit whatever I can make in that day. But that'll probably require tearing this whole thing down and trying to push it back so it integrates more with the wall, or maybe bringing it lower so that it integrates better with the wall. Doing a little stuff with the ceiling here. I don't know. It'll be a lot of fun. What's up, Zero Gravy? How are you? Yeah, I can't wait either. I think it'll be a lot of fun. It'd be cool to win. Yeah, I think actually I'll probably lower the spaceport. Right now it's too high. Because right here against this wall, that part is much more vertically attached. Or maybe even putting it on that corner over there. Because that's really vertical, so it could be really tall over there. And then I could spread, yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do all the way from the bottom. And we're just going to go up that whole corner over there. And that'll give us way more space. 100%. I probably won't win the challenge. There are lots of really talented builders out there. But I think I have a better chance by staying in the factionless category than I do going into the Atreides or Harkonnen category. Because the Atreides and Harkonnen are so much more interesting building pieces. A lot of people build with them, it seems like. So at least we'll be kind of maximizing our chance. If I do get the Lego Ornithopter, I might... I don't know what I'll do with it. I probably won't build it. I might give it away or something. I don't really keep things like that. I don't have knickknacks. I don't like stuff. So Fill all these bad boys up. It needs the Lego anime sets. Yeah, I've never been a big Lego person. Like, we didn't get Legos when we were kids, really. I'm just not. All the things that I have in my life serve an actual purpose, as opposed to the purpose being aesthetic. I am not just this way in video games. I am also this way in real life. I just don't care to try and make my world look beautiful. I care that my world be functional. All right, we still got some more right over here. Let's go fill those up. Oop, talking to myself again. Water for freaking days. We actually already have. I need so many more of these. I need to get so many pumps. Because this is filling up so quickly. It was full when I got on this morning. It's now. So let's, I'm pretty sure it's just pumps that I'm short. Yeah. I'm going to need to do some more silicon. I'm going to need to do more duraluminum. Basically need to do all the things again. So let's get started with the things. Let's get it started in here. And the bass keeps running, running, and running, running, and running, running, and running, running. We'll get ourselves some industrial pumps. We'll get ourselves some calibrated servos. We'll get ourselves some diamondine dust. I also need to go ahead and look up what the Chom, or who the Chom are. Right, is that the Empire? And is that just like the industrial branch of the Empire here to gather spice? Or like, what's the deal? I don't really know anything about the Chom. I don't really know anything about the lore. And they said they were going to be looking for adherence to, you know, lore and stuff like that. So we're definitely going to have to see if we can't find some interesting information. Chom with a combine, Onet Ober Advancer Mercantiles. Okay. Is a powerful universal development corporation in the Dune universe that controls all economic affairs across the cosmos. It is managed by the Padisha Emperor, okay, so it is, and the Landsrat, with the Spacing Guild and the Bene Gesserit as silent partners, making it a central player in the political and economic landscape of Dune. Okay, okay. So honestly, it's probably going to work out really well for me. Because if they're just super industrial, then there's probably not a lot of flourishes, and there's probably not a lot of other stuff. So something that I'm going to want to do is I want to, I think, express that industrialization, which we will do with all of our water and all of our power and all that stuff. But also, I want to, I think, continue to make like I have the really open air docks and stuff like that. But I'll probably want to make a bunch of vehicles and then put those vehicles in the open air. So they said that we're not going to be judged based on our interiors. It's going to be strictly based on the exteriors. But if my exterior has lots of open walls that look into my interior and show, you know, my vehicles and some of my industry and stuff like that, then probably that will just end up getting judged as part of it because, you know, people aren't really capable of compartmentalizing like that, right? If it's there, if it's visible from the outside, you're not going to be able to just not include it, you know? Really want to get up early to see the final hour of the Coriolis storm? Do it. I've seen a couple of pictures. It apparently gets super dusty. You basically can't see it all. Yeah, I want to fly around. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Hopefully it doesn't actually do damage to you. Fly in zero visibility with no knowledge of the terrain. Heareth's boots. At least I'm getting a bunch of industrial pumps this time. Well, I guess I've only gotten 14. Still felt like I've gotten quite a few more than I normally do. It's crazy to me that I'm like not getting enough for a single large cistern in one of these runs. Like, that's just bonkers to me. Wow, I just like barely missed that dude. All right, buddy. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Also, I found the difference between pay total and pay invoice if you have multiple sub fiefs. Oh. Well, that makes sense. You're so smart, Gravy. And so humble, too. I gotta tell you, now that I've kind of stopped trying to force the game to have interesting end game and PvP and stuff like that, and just kind of stayed in the Haga Basin, I have really been enjoying myself. Like, I know all I'm doing is just grinding materials and shit, but that's fine. I like grinding materials. It's a good little game loop. Just going out into the deep desert just makes me see all the things that I wish I had that I don't. There aren't a lot of things that happen in the Haga Basin that make me wish that the game played differently here. Everything here kind of runs exactly how I wish it did. And so I end up finding quite a bit of joy just grinding mats and shooting people in the face. And, you know, I've been playing long enough and I've got enough hours in that I'm really strong. And so I get to feel that strength from my time investment. It's very nice. Very nice. Boop, boop. Bear, 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 willa, willa. Wow, 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 willa, willa. What a good day today. Oh my goodness. I only just woke up, but God, I feel good. Had me a little yogurt with a little fruit, with a little probiotic powder. Had me some caffeine and some magnesium this morning. Drink about a half a bottle of water already just to get the hydration flowing. Nerd. We've been just farming resources and spice in Haga Basin. It slows progress since I'm the person who does most in the deep desert, but Taka went and got some mats yesterday, so that's nice. Hey, nice. I mean, but there's only so much progress you need to make. Like, if you're just kind of staying in the Haga Basin, especially because all of the materials that you need for industrialization, for getting your power and your water up, are all duraluminum tier. You know, you need a little spice to make the water catchers and the directional wind turbines. But other than that, you don't really need any spice, and you definitely don't need any plastanium for getting your power and your water up. So, which I like a lot. Ooh. I've never gotten that still suit mask here before. That's nice. Pop. Guess since you're here, some sand trout leathers. Actually should check on all these folks and get the range finders too. I don't think I'm really short on rangefinders, but I'm definitely short on sand trout leathers. I am going to have to make a trip into the deep desert. I am running out of spice, but if I go out into the deep desert and I harvest spice just one time, right? If I fill up my assault, one full assault ornithopter is like 100 spice, which is like 20 large water catchers. So more than enough resources there. I only need to make a few more spice trips. I'm having a really hard time not destroying my vehicle here. I also have a hard time. I do want to build a Mark 6 buggy and eventually a carrier, even if we never use it. I want to make it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want a carrier too. That's another thing I should consider. I might need to end up going and spending some time out in the deep desert, because if I want to have vehicles and stuff that are really chome related, I probably do need to go ahead and get, you know, a carrier and a spice crawler to set out as well. So we probably will have to go ahead and make ourselves a spice crawler and a carrier as part of this. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I understand the prize of, you know, getting a sand crawler worth of ice is a pretty big deal. You take down a crawler and a carrier together. I mean, who wouldn't want that, right? Let's go get some aluminium here. I need to be a little more diligent about making sure that my aluminum runs overnight. I haven't really been getting back on after streams lately, which I think has been drastically improving my enjoyment of the game during stream and my motivation and my energy during stream, so I'm probably going to keep doing that. Actually, last night, I started programming. Takes a lot of damage, so if I get attacked, I think aim for the rocks. Yeah, aim for the rocks, and if you're going to go out there... Oh, why am I trying to do this? Just bring a little base with you, right? Because most of your time spent out there is going to be spent... So apparently if you scan the rock with your handheld, you can't mine it with the mining cut array. There we go. That's weird. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't even necessarily need to make a superhighway, because you can already get to E, right? Just bring a little base with you in your inventory, and then just drop it at the nearest rock to whatever spice blow you're mining. And then that way, if somebody comes, you just pick up the crawler and you just head for that rock. And you'll never have to go more than, you know, a couple thousand meters. And that'll absolutely keep you safe. Let's check here. The Lance Red session's over. It looks like we're going to get crafting reduction costs. That right there almost makes me want to join a Atreides for the next week. Goodness gracious. Did the Solito replicator put generators too, or just the structures? I think it's everything. But I'm not 100% sure, honestly. I'm programming a prototype for the gathering and crafting system that we've been talking about. Because I'm tired of the things that I think of not existing. It's pissing me off. I'm never going to make a whole game because the scope of the games that I play is so large. And so the scope of the games I would want to make are too large. Right, I'm into MMO games, I'm into stuff like that, and I just don't have the experience and the skill to solo program an entire ass MMO. But I am going to start making the mechanics that I think are interesting. And just start prototyping them out with some really, really basic, like, you know, squares and circles on 2D spaces. So I'm working in Godot right now, but it's incredible how much you can get if you don't really know a ton about programming or a specific programming language. The value of a resource like ChatGPT is just, I mean, it can't be overstated. There's a ton of people out there who, you know, most of the people who review ChatGPT's code and who, you know, gauge ChatGPT's value are people who have been coding for a long time. And they don't understand, I don't think anymore, how far behind the 8-ball a new coder is. And how far they've come personally as far as understanding and just sort of memorizing, you know, functions and methods and stuff like that that are inherent to a system. And when you don't know what those functions and methods and stuff are, then using an AI that at least gets you some names of some stuff, right? Like, you're going to want to call this function. Cool. I didn't even know that was a function. Now I know that is a function, and I can go read what that function does, and I don't have to try and, like, make up my own function. Which is, I think, where I got caught a lot with programming. You know, I've been working a little bit with, like, Unreal Engine and Unity and Godot and just kind of tinkering around for about a decade now. And I've made some interesting stuff, and it's been a good time. But one of the biggest drawbacks and one of the things that's always kind of held me back is there's just so much information out there. One day, I will never be a programmer in my studio. I understand that my skill set doesn't cover that. But one day I will start a game studio if I can make a really good run at streaming. And I will use streaming to fund that game studio 100%. Without question, and we will make MMO games that don't suck. I'll totally hire you. 100% gravy. Be the first dude on the payroll. What do you want to do? What are you going to do? You want to be like the concept artist? You're an artist, right? There you go. I dig. Totally into it. I imagine I have the same view of the game industry that a lot of indie devs have, and that has driven a lot of indie devs who make things like, Black Myth Wukong and stuff like that, where they see these AAA studios with, $10 million budgets on a game just putting out the most basic fucking minimum viable product stuff they can make in 10 years it takes them to make it. And then you look at people who do stuff like make Black Myth Wukong, and that game was ridiculously good, and it was like one dude. So I'm sure the arc, the villain arc that sends you, or the hero arc that sends you that way, is very much the same, where you play a bunch of games and you're just like, wow, how is this what we got after a decade? Doesn't really sit with me quite right. Doesn't really like things I like. But I think I have refined my gathering idea a little bit. So, I wanted it to be some sort of a rhythm game, but I was having a little bit of trouble figuring out exactly how I wanted the rhythm game to go. And so originally my idea was just that you were going to be swinging your pickaxe, right? I was just going to create some animations that had you swinging your pickaxe in time with the rhythm of whatever music was playing for the specific node you were gathering. But I don't think that that's necessarily right. And I was just going to have the notes fly across the screen like they would in a Guitar Hero or something like that. But I think instead of that, I think I want just one sort of one mechanic that suits everything, and one gathering tool. So you won't gather in the normal way you would, where you have like a scythe to gather plants, and you have an axe to gather wood, and you have a pickaxe to gather ore. Instead, what we'll do is you'll use a tuning fork, and you'll stab the tuning fork into the ground, and you'll harmonize. So every ore node, or every node, will give off some sort of music, and that music will be what's playing when you're actually playing the game. So that's also how you'll find nodes, is you'll start to hear music sort of really faintly, and then as you get closer to the node, the music will get louder and louder and louder until you find it. So it can be kind of like a hot cold mechanic with the music. And then when you get to the node, you'll stab your tuning fork into the ground next to it, and then the game will start playing. And what'll happen is a large version of the node will appear, and it'll have sort of like ley lines or mana lines running through the node. And those mana lines will be ending at either one or multiple resource points. So like if it was an ore node, you can actually kind of see it just here. So instead of just having crystals, right, imagine this rock just had like one crystal poking out of the top. And instead of all these clusters here, you just had the lines that were going through it. And those lines terminated in the crystal poking out of the top. And so when the game entered, or when you entered the game, it would like zoom in on the rock like this. And then the magical pulses would start reversing the lines and heading up to the crystal at the top of the rock. And then you're going to hit one or maybe multiple keys, depending on, you know, maybe there were like multiple rocks. So there's like a rock up here, maybe there's a rock up here. And so depending on where the pulse is going, you might have to hit two different keys like shift and space. And as the pulse enters the sort of node that you're going to be collecting, you'll strike the tuning fork with the key that you're hitting, right? So either the W or the E or whatever, and then maintaining that rhythm as you strike the tuning fork and as the music plays within the ore node. Yes, drinking water. So as you strike the tuning fork and as the music plays, I think I put my, nope, there's my water. Then you're basically collecting the magic power within those ore pieces. And so the better you do, the more magic power is collected. And then when you're all done, the rest of the, you know, the resonance from the tuning fork and from the magic will like crumble the rest of the node. And then you'll just be left with those powerful crystals or pieces of wood or whatever. Or, you know, the flower of a plant or something like that. And that'll be what you gather. That does turn it into a minigame. Yeah, that's the point. The reason it's important that it turns it into a minigame, and it needs to turn it into a fairly long minigame. You know, I'm looking for something that takes a couple of minutes, not 5 seconds. And the reason that's important is because it means you have to gather less stuff, right? So I just spent 10 minutes out there gathering what, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5,000 aluminum. But what if we need large amounts of nodes or something? And what if people find it tedious unless you get lots of resources? Well, so the amount of resources you get is just an illusion, right? Every one of those nodes could give me 1 aluminum. And then you could just adjust the requirements for crafting down to 1 aluminum. And then every node would be something you could craft. So all of that stuff is just make-believe, right? It's just tricking your brain. And so the point is that instead of farming, you know, I just farmed 5,000 aluminum ore. Instead of doing that, you go and you farm a single one of these magical nodes. And that single rock or that single resource that you're going to get isn't going to give you aluminum ore. It's going to give you a resource that's very similar to ARPG games. So you've played like Path of Exile, Last Epoch, games like that before. So when you play an ARPG, you get procedurally generated loot that has prefixes and suffixes and stuff like that. So basically what I'm looking to do is sort of transcribe that system onto a gathering system. So instead of getting aluminum ore and then going and using aluminum ore and some random resource maybe to create a very, very specific item, you'll be using a procedurally generated ore that will change the crafting minigame, which is the roguelite game that I have in mind for crafting. And so you're not even going to be getting resources that directly influence your craft. And it will complicate the system significantly. And there are probably going to be people who hate it. But the goal that I'm trying to achieve is I'm trying to expand the number of player skill sets that are valuable to the game. So right now in modern MMORPG games, we pretty much solve all of our problems by fighting. Even gathering, the only real gameplay activity that's involved is killing enemies around the nodes that you want to gather so that you can gather those nodes. So there's no gameplay outside of combat. Some of that has been changed in recent years. Traversal has become quite a bit of a gameplay loop, and building bases has become quite a bit of a gameplay loop. But what if there's a single type of node that can be converted, resource you want depending on your need? I mean, that could be fine too. It doesn't really fit the vision that I have personally, but the system that I'm looking to try and make also doesn't have to be 100% the same as mine, right? It could absolutely just be one resource that you're going and farming. %. The goal is to use, like I said, lots of different player skill sets. So you have lots of different kinds of games, right? You have first-person shooters. This is a first-person shooter. It has a little bit of action combat in it too. And so instead of everything in this game being solved by shooting somebody in the face with a gun, it would be better if some of the problems in this game were solved with a rhythm game. And some of the problems in this game were solved with a deck building game. And some of the problems in this game were solved with something else. And the reason that's important is the kind of players who are really good at first-person shooters are not necessarily really good at deck building games or, really good at rhythm games, right? If you sat Shroud down and asked him to play TFT, he wouldn't necessarily be very good at it. And so what Shroud would have to do if he played this game would be he would have to go find people who were good at rhythm games and who were good at deck building games and get them to make his equipment so that he could then go do the PvP and the PvE stuff with his skill set, which is first-person shooters. And so the goal is, instead of creating obstacles that are so difficult that no single person can do them, and trying to enforce cooperation and stuff like that way, I think it would be better to instead create obstacles of disparate skill sets that require you to work with people who play the game in a different way than you. It'll also allow for people to feel more specialized. It'll give a larger number of players the ability to be the best at something, right? If everything in the game is solved with combat, then the people who are the best at combat are the best at everything in the game. And the people who are average at combat are average at everything in the game. And you can't escape that. But if you have multiple skill sets, then if you're, average or even below average at, combat, you could still be the best in the game at this deck building game. Or you could be the best gatherer in the game because you have, really good rhythm and really good ability to play rhythm games. Or you could be, all kinds of different stuff. And so the goal is just to expand and flatten the peak of the pyramid, right? Kind of break it apart into multiple pyramids so that more people feel good about how well they play the game. Because that'll just keep a lot more people interested. It sucks to not be good at the game, right? It always feels bad. And there's only so much you can do about that. we just want to try and find a way to mitigate that as much as possible for people. Make them feel good about how well they play the game. You know, that doesn't even touch on a lot of games now have farming and animal husbandry and stuff like that. It doesn't really touch on a potential game or a potential mechanic for those systems. I mean, there are so many systems in MMOs now that honestly just feel really lackluster and feel really menu centric because the developers don't know the way to make those systems oriented around the normal gameplay loop. And so they orient them around menus. And that's bad, right? Crafting in this game doesn't have a gameplay loop. It's just open the menu, click the button. And the reason for that is because there's no way to turn crafting into a shooter. I mean, I guess not no way. But because you're not using the same skill set, it would require developing sort of a whole other game, which I understand is a lot. But that's why you look for genres that are kind of small that solo devs make, right? Solo devs make rhythm games all the time. Solo devs make, hey, what's up, Catastrophe? How are you today? Solo devs make, words are hard. Roguelike games all the time. And so you don't necessarily need a ton of people working on those aspects of the game. Whoops. I think I was talking to myself there. Do you have your Shigawire Claw or your Planetologist Suspensor skill? So you can try and get a little extra height, or a little extra height to try and get out of your hole. Ultimately, you should just try not to fall in the hole. That would be the best thing. to get all these plant fibers so I can make more particulate filters. Slowly working my way out with the gravel. There you go. Get it. I believe in you. Super early on, I actually lost a buggy in a hole. Dropped a buggy straight down a hole and it got stuck and I couldn't get it out and I couldn't dismantle it. It was awful. I mean, that's part of resource management catastrophe. You got to manage not just the resources in your base, but the resources in your equipment. Your ability is a resource. Track. Not that I'm any good at that. I frequently lose my suspensor belt in the middle of combat when I'm trying to get away and die. Very frequently. But, you know. I'm a trash can, so... And fell back down. I'm sorry, it's not nice to laugh, but that's pretty funny. You're gonna make it. I believe. Hey, level 135. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I understand. I was a little... I remade a character myself. This solo character is a new character for me. A couple of weeks ago. And I was also in the same position. I just wanted to skip some of the tiers. Because, you know, I'd already been there and I didn't want to make that tier again. So I was trying to skip a bunch of stuff and ultimately it just ends up making life harder. Might as well just do what you gotta do to get the resources to make the stuff in the tier that you're in. And not try and skip stuff, because you're just making life harder. Are you good and hydrated so that you have all of your extra stamina? So that you can climb further? Because that could also be an issue.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh no, not a Coriolis storm. ¿Por qué? Is there a way to track resources? You mean like keep track of how many you have, or keep track of who supplied them? Like, are you trying to identify who's bringing in the most resources and who's like sort of not helping at all, or what's the goal? Nerds. The only thing I could think
Sector
is,
weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
oh no. The only thing I could think, Gravy, is if you gave everybody an output circuit. Or gave everybody their own box that they should put all their raw materials in. But just give everybody a huge box or a couple of huge boxes or a room full of boxes, right? Like this is Zero Gravy's room and these are his storage boxes. And so he comes in here and he puts all his stuff away, and that's how we keep track of like how many resources and stuff Gravy gathered. It's one of the shortcomings. I'd love to know who put that in.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is
Where and
approaching.
crafted what had the same issue in Once Human. So I understand that there are certainly some people who would find that as a drawback. Personally, I think that a system like that falls in sort of the same line with like inspection systems for gear in MMOs, where every time you're trying to get into a party for a dungeon or something, you know, you've got like IP minimums and people inspecting your gear and inspecting your build and stuff like that to make sure that you're like following the meta and all that bullshit. And it just sort of gatekeeps a lot of things, and I don't want to have any gatekeeping in my own guild. So I would never personally try and track any of that stuff, because who cares, right? The resources are guild resources. If somebody needs them, they should use them, regardless of whether or not they brought those resources in. Or I'm very much used to getting taken advantage of. I mean, but is it fair to put past negative experiences on a new group of people? You know, if everybody I've ever played with has allowed me to gather all the resources, I mean, if that's the concern, then everybody should just make their own base and only share resources that they want to share. Right, make your own little base, take your resources there, and then only when you've gotten all the use out of those resources that you personally need to get, do you bring your resources over to the guild base. But what I would suggest, and what I would say probably take a look at, is how much resources or how many resources are you saving by not having to build your own infrastructure, right? By not having to build the wind turbines and the water catchers and the death stills and all of that stuff because you're sharing with your guild. And I think you'll find that the number of resources you're saving, especially for things like calibrated servos and the water pumps and stuff like that, drastically outweighs the number of resources you're losing by some of your friends or some of your allies using some of the resources you gained. I just want to see the input and output. Like today, 500 aluminum was used. And I don't know, 600 aluminum was deposited. So I know what's the demand for items to farm. Okay. So you're not looking for who input the resources, but how much was put in and taken out. And I think that honestly would be a much better way to be able to see it, Gravy. Is just a general, what was the throughput of your resources in a given day, instead of being able to break it down into who specifically was using those resources. I think it's pretty safe to assume, though, that no matter what you go gather, it can get used for something. Especially now that y'all are in the end game. I think probably any aluminum, duraluminum, or plastanium that you gather, and any resources that you gather for anything that can be made with those three ore resources is probably going to get used. There's very, very little reason to believe that you won't use duraluminum and aluminum and plastanium. If it was a case of a guild base, then yeah, I'd be fine with it. So people are coming to your base, then just lock your base down. I don't know, I guess I don't understand the problem, Catastrophe, because I'm a very... If I'm going to be in a guild, I'm going to share everything. Right? If I gain resources and you need them, then you should absolutely take them. The reason I left my previous guild wasn't because people were using the resources I was bringing in, but specifically they were destroying... they were destroying infrastructure that I was building for the guild, and then using it to build their own personal infrastructure. And that was pissing me the hell off. So I quit. But as far as just regular using resources, well, I don't know, I guess that's just not something that matters to me. Fine with sharing, I'm not happy with sharing X amount of resources. Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like you just need to lock down some of your stuff. Because it's perfectly fine to want to have your resources be your resources. But you're the one who has to make that. Hey, what's up, Damien? You're the one who has to make that a reality, right? So, even if it's a personal base that you've given all your friends access to so that they can use your crafting stations, what I would do is in those situations where you have a resource that you know you're going to need, create a circuit that has an input, right? Create a storage that has an input circuit that you can change to and has an output circuit that's different than the normal input circuit that you use. So normally I use input circuit 1 on all my crafting benches. You could change this output circuit to like output circuit 3 and then change this input circuit to like input circuit 4. And then whenever you were going to refine materials that you specifically needed, you could just change the output circuit of the crafting station to output circuit 4. And then when you want to use those materials, you just change the input circuit of the crafting station to 3 when you want to make your resources or when you want to make your items. And that would be a great way to go ahead and secure personal items. Or personal resources or whatever you needed. I have self-assigned roles on DC for people so I know what takes they're interested in, like farmers, builders, DD runners, etc. So I have an idea who is interested in doing what. Also caught up on the chat, 100% agree that we need logs. That's something that games have been doing for 20 years. WoW had it from when they first went to beta. Good in theory, but even if the oops, I forgot to put away these resources. If your quote-unquote friends are cycling through circuits to take your materials when they've been informed that you're specifically trying to reserve materials for some things that you specifically need, then they're not your friends, and you should stop playing video games with them. That's not an issue of the game. That's an issue of the people you're playing games with are fucking assholes. If I tell somebody that I'm in a guild with, hey, I'm going to do this little thing so that I can kind of keep back some of my resources that I know I'm going to instantly be using, and then they go and cycle through all of those things so that they can take those resources after I've explicitly told them that that's the system I'm using to try and hang on to my resources, then fuck those people. I would never play video games with them again. That's absolutely trash tier behavior. You're a piece of garbage. Get the fuck out of my life. I have no time. I mean, I'd abandon the whole group. Because obviously it's not affecting the other people in that group the same way it's affecting you, which likely means that the entire group is involved or everybody just thinks that that's acceptable behavior. So I'd say it's time to bail. Fuck 'em. This is why I play solo. I'm a bad teammate, and I don't want to have to vet people, right? I don't I don't want to have to go through all that effort to track whether or not you're a good person. Or if I'm going to have to be like micromanaging you so you're not a piece of crap. F that. That's not fun at all. And it only takes one, right? The minute you get one person who's kind of a piece of crap, you've got to micromanage everybody. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, people are, Gravy. 99% of people are totally on board with playing together and being nice and all that stuff. There's just always that one a-hole. I don't have enough particle capacitors to make a suspensor belt. Say what now? $398. Boop. Oh, let's see. What are these? These are aluminum tier. Interesting. I think it might be time to go get some flower sand. Time to get some flower sand. Man, we've already gotten a bunch of stuff done. We went on a pump run. We went on a diamondine dust run. We've already done 2 aluminum runs. We got a ton of plant fibers. We go over here, fill up on flower sand. Maybe do ourselves another erythrite run since we're out of erythrite, I think. Although we still have tons of cobalt paste, so that might not be necessary. Gonna do a calibrated servo run. Yeah, I've been using the free flower sand spot. Thanks for telling me about that. I think it was you. think I might have been talking to myself again. But yes, I am using the free flower sand spot. Because I love it. Dumb idea succeeded. Got a few amplifiers. Managed to kill the heavies and grab the intel. Nice. Good job, Catastrophe. I love it when a plan comes together. Especially when it was a stupid-ass plan. For the fob and deep desert, what should I take? 2 medium refineries, a medium storage, 2 gens, a death still enough? You're just going to be turning the ore into ingots mostly. Never taking on steel level enemies in copper gear again without a shield anyway. That's funny. That's real funny. So Plastanium is extremely water hungry. So if you're going to be turning ore into ingots in the deep desert, you have to have a medium chem bench as well as your medium ore refinery, because you have to be able to make the stravidium mass into stravidium strips. So you have to have that. And it takes 1,350 water per plastanium ingot. So if you think a single medium ore refinery can make 120 plastanium ingots an hour, and so say you want to run it for, I don't know, 3 hours, that means you need to be able to make 360 plastanium ingots. So 360 plastanium ingots, if you include both the creation of the stravidium and the creation of the plastanium, costs 1,350 water. So let me break out my calculator here real quick. 360 times 1,000, whoops. 360 times 1,350 means you have to be able to generate 486,000 water. So in order to run a single medium ore refinery for 3 hours creating plastanium ingots, you have to get 500,000 water, which if you only bring one advanced death still means you have to run that death still for 10 hours. For every 3 hours that you want to run that ore refinery. So no, a single death still is absolutely not going to be enough. I never really dealt with the fob when we were in the guild. I thought that that was all just a terrible idea. What I would recommend is, so in order to run a single medium ore refinery for an entire day, you need like 3.8 million water. So what I would do is you can get 3 million water a day from 20 large water catchers. So if you want to go and actually gather your resources and refine them in the deep desert, then I would build at least 20 large water catchers and then just one ore refinery and one chem bench, because that'll be enough to just be doing plastanium all day, every day. And there's really no point in having more than you need. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why I would build it all at your main base and then just tear it down so you know you can have twice as many. So, you need 5 for 20 water catchers, you need 10 directional wind turbines. Exactly. Exactly. So I would build 10 water catchers and 5 turbines at your base, and then just break all those down and put all those resources in a box. And then that'll just be deep desert resources. Or put them in a buggy. Of course, you can't actually carry your buggy into the deep desert. You have to take it into the deep desert and build it there. This game is dumb. Then you also have to consider, are you going to want to refine spice there? So if you make a large spice refinery, I haven't done the math on the spice, but if you make a large spice refinery, how much more water do you need? So if you don't want to build a large base that has staking units, you only get 40 production facilities. So you're going to be using 10 production facilities for your power. You're going to be using 20 production facilities for your water, which means you only have 10 facilities left. So those 10 facilities have to be, one of them's your chem bench, one of them is your ore refinery, and one of them is your spice refinery. So that's 3. So then you have to have enough power for those. So you probably need like another 2 of your directional wind turbines. So you're probably going to need 12 of those. So that'll be 5. So that'll be 35 of your production facilities. And that should pretty much get you everything you need. And then I might even take the last 5 and use 3 of those to make large water catchers and 2 of those to make some additional wind traps. So maybe go 23 large water catchers and 14 wind traps. 14 wind turbines and 23 water catchers, so that you can have a little bit of extra water to also be getting some sand turned into melange. And then you could easily run... That's not going to be enough to run your melange and your plastanium for an entire day. but it would be enough to run your melange and your plastanium for, say, 12 to 14 hours a day. And that should be more than enough. Or you could make a whole separate base, right? Get somebody else to build another base right next to you. And that could be where you do your melange. Your greatest superpower when you're out there is the more people you have, the more bases you can have. And so the more specialized those bases can be. And so you don't have to focus nearly as much on controlling how many production facilities you're using. Because a single base is enough to get something running full time. And so then you just have to consider, you know, how many things do I want to have running full time? Water catchers and traps are separate. Yeah, so wind traps and water catchers are the same mechanic, right? Small wind traps and large water catchers. So the wind trap is the steel tier, the water catcher is the duraluminum tier, and then the directional wind turbines are your power. So wind catchers and wind traps, I think they're both called, one of them's called a wind catcher and one of them's called a wind trap. I don't fucking know. Yeah, so large wind trap. No, it is called a wind trap, not a wind catcher. Or a water catcher. So yeah, this is what catches your water. And then your turbine is what makes your power. So they are two different things, but they use basically all the same resources, which is why it's really difficult to get your industry up in this game. Because you have to have a ton of calibrated servos. Like a ton. It's 70 calibrated servos per wind trap and 50 calibrated servos per turbine. So y'all should probably be making a run as often as possible. If you go over here, all of the in Jabal Ifrit Al Shark, all of these intel points also give calibrated servos. And if everybody did that once a day, you'd get about 150 to 200 per person. Womp womp. Is it not something you can just leave a link to? Do you not have the ability to leave links? Did I take that ability away? I still haven't quite figured out where the good line is as far as keeping people from being able to post stuff that could potentially, like, be viruses and stuff like that, versus still giving people the ability to post stuff that's not viruses. I don't really know what I'm doing, is what I'm trying to say. You'll need a ass ton of silicone too. Um, yeah, that could be a thing that could happen. Catastrophe. I am definitely the only mod in my Discord. But that could definitely be an option. I'm still learning. We'll get there. Yeah, no, that's not a thing that I have control over. Unfortunately. Let's see. We have how much jasmium left? We got about 1,000. So this is going to be a little while before we need any more jasmium. Because in order to make 1,000 aluminum, these things are going to have to run for about 5 hours. So that's fine. We have, let's see, we need calibrated servos. That's what we need. And probably some heavy bullets here. Let's make some darts. Let's make 100. Why not? So is anybody else going to be going out for the build contest? Basically, the 30-second video is of a guild taking off from a full-on guild base. There's 10 carryalls with spice crawlers in tow. Oh my god. That's crazy. That was definitely my hope for the game, Damien. It's build contest for Enshrouded, and that took up a lot of my life. That's that's fair. It is difficult to try and place in those because people are good. People are real good, and you know what people think is good is very subjective. Yeah, I assume Taco and Dima will probably work together if they decide they want to do that. I have to make a little channel in the Discord for people to post up their progress and stuff like that. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You said that some of their friends actually joined, didn't they? Goodness. Yawn? While everyone is focusing on building, I'll be slipping into the deep desert. Hey, there you go. I doubt that's actually going to work, because the people who like building and who are going to be in the build contest are probably not the people who are out there PvPing and gathering in the deep desert, so I don't imagine you're going to get as lucky as you think you are. But maybe. Who knows? I sure as hell don't know. Whoops. There we go. Tee-hee. All your servos are belong to me. There's no way there's only one. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Beep. Shut up. I was re-recommended some I'm Sad Alex songs yesterday, and so I started watching some of her videos again, and now I've got all of her songs stuck in my head. You stay away from me. Stop it. Oh my gosh. I'm so bad. There you go. But I can't really sing some of them, specifically the ones that I find the most entertaining, because they're a little naughty. Yeah, free gasoline. Yeah, I was just floating away. I think that's it. I think that's everything on that one. Quite a bit of places out here for calibrated servos. It's definitely the easiest way to get them. It's not an easy way to get them, but it is definitely the easiest. And if you have a guild, obviously you'll be much more successful than I am. I usually get somewhere between 180 and 230 each time I come out here. So if you have, 10 people in your guild, you can get 1,000 a day pretty easy. Probably closer to 2,000 a day, just by everybody coming over and doing this one time. And I mean, if you've got okay, didn't even need to shoot. But if you've got some assault ornithopters and stuff, you can just fly over here in a big old pack. Just get all this stuff. But it's definitely a huge worth it thing. Yeah, I get between 180 and 230 calibrated servos every time I come over here. So if you have 10 people in your guild, you should be able to get between 1,000 and 2,000 calibrated servos, which will really, really help when you're trying to make all your wind traps and stuff. And since you need, let's do a little math here. You need 70 for each of, well, you need 35 in the deep desert. So times 20. So you need 700 to make all your water catchers. And then you need 25 times 10. You need another 250. So you need about 1,000 calibrated servos to make all the water catchers. Oops. Wrong weapon. To make all the water catchers and the wind turbines that you need for your deep desert refining base. So just one trip, one day is more than enough. But that's where you see the value of being in a guild over being solo. Is in order for me to make that same amount of stuff, I have to make 10 trips over here, which I could technically do in a day because all of these things respawn every 45 minutes. So if I play for 10 hours, totally I can do that. But just the time investment, right? I got to kill all these enemies 10 times. I got to do all that 10 times. And if you're in a guild, you just do it once and everybody goes and grabs all the chests. You only really even have to have one person who is paying any attention to killing any enemies. I mean, that's just where the guild value comes from, where the guild power comes from. Is being able to organize and do that stuff in teams. And just multiply your productivity. Because it's not even additive. It is 100% multiplicative. Maybe even exponential. Well, that's annoying. Wait. What's 35 for one right in the deep desert, so 20. Yeah. Plus you need 250 calibrated servos for your turbines, for your power. So you need 950. But that's really just one trip with 5 or 6 people.
Who's that?
Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, you. What an asshole.
Someone's here.
Ruh-roh. I'm gonna get sniped. That guy sucks. They should take away his sniper rifle. That was a terrible shot.
Who's that? Someone here.
I still really love flipping in my scout orny. It's definitely the most fun you can have. Out of my way. My own turret. Jackass. Hey. Don't shoot at me. These people are so rude. Where's the hospitality at, dude? Whatever happened to Mikasa is Sukasa? Whoops. Fucked it up. You know, honestly, there aren't even that many places to get calibrated servos in this one. And it's super laggy because it's the one that's for the quest. And I don't really feel like dealing with it. So we're just going to take our 188 and go home. That's enough for 3 more wind turbines. And 3 more wind turbines would mean getting to destroy 12 more of my regular power generators. So we can clean up some space down there. That'll make me very happy. I have plenty of lubricant. Because we made a ton of lubricant. Which is actually another reason we need to go get more spice melange. There is going to come a point where we're going to kind of run out of lubricant. It probably won't be for like a month. We're going to run out. It does take a little bit of spice residue to make the advanced lubricants. Because of that, we got to be getting a little spice. Spice is nice. Spice, spice, spice. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Spice, spice, spice. Spice is so nice. Spice is so nice. I should be able to just go right over here and make these. Ooh, I have enough for 4. Perfect. 1. Two. 3. A 4. How did putting more wind turbines down kill my power? That doesn't even make no goddamn sense. Do they cost power if they're not online? So strange. Let's take a look at general settings. Something went wrong. Okay, these are all operating. They've got the little green lights. It says they're going to be operating for 31 days. But they're totally full, right? This one is not operating. Okay, you have lubricant. I'm very confused. Oh, they're underneath. I get it now. I'm a dumb piece of crap. That's the problem. I wonder if the same thing's happening over here. No, because this one's clear above. Got it. Got it. Why is this one operating? Whatever. They all seem to be working now. So now I should have significantly more power available. There we go. Okay. Does this one maybe not have any lubricants? Doesn't have any lubricants. This one has lubricants, but it's not working. Okay. I think they're all working now. So let's look at our power. We have 6,500. There we go. That's what I was expecting. I actually want to go up to the top here real quick and make sure all these ones are moving too. Because it's possible I blocked them with some of these water generators. Looks like they're all running. And that one's running. Okay. We good. So we have 1,900 more power than we need. So every 10 of these is 750, so that's like 25 of these can go. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right. What I'm talking about right there. Put away the scrap. We're just going to run around picking up all of these bad boys. Let's see. So I need 1, 2, 3 more directional wind turbines. If I get 3 more, then I will be totally done with these. Now I am going to need significantly more wind turbines than that because I want to get 40 of the water traps. So I'm going to need at least 20 wind turbines just for those 40 water traps, plus a couple of more for the other structures here. But we are well on our way to maxing out our industrialization. And then eventually we'll get rid of the wind turbines for the 1,000 generators. But that won't really be necessary until we get to a point where we need multiple, like, large ore refineries and stuff, which we honestly may never get to. We are going to max these out. And let's go ahead and, well, these don't really need to be a top priority. That's fine. We have a couple of weeks before any of those run out of power, so we're good. Only thing we're missing is servos. 3,000 cobalt paste still, my goodness. And, oh, looks like we need some silicone and some industrial pumps here. We are in the process of making silicone. What did I just use the silicone for? I didn't think silicone was in these. Not. Ah, I just used up all my silicone making those. That's what happened. Okay. There also appears to be something wrong. So these structures have green lights. saying they're enabled, but they look like they're turned off from when the power went down. So we're going to go ahead and disable and re-enable them. It looks like it was all of the advanced tier, which is kind of weird. I wonder if the vehicle one also did that. Just a little bit of a glitch. Doesn't look like the vehicle one also did that. Yeah, that's strange. Alright, how many more of these filters can we make? Only 2. Because we don't have enough silicone. See, this is why I need all the flower sand. I'm gonna have to start making like another one of these refineries, or one of these chem benches. I mean, I guess not really, but... we're all out of aluminum ore. So we're probably gonna need to make another aluminum run. Need to definitely make another pump run. I don't think I need to make another diamondine dust run. I think I'm pretty happy with where I'm at on that. Let's see, what are we looking at in resources here? How close are we to filling up all of these? Am I gonna need some more? No, we got about 40% of our storage, maybe half of our storage still available. We go through the resources about as quickly as we pick them up, so that's pretty nice. These aren't actually supposed to be in here. These go over here. I really would like, I think if I was ever going to play with other people again, probably the way I would do it would be to find another content creator or streamer who wanted to be online, like co-streaming all the time. So somebody who played like as much as I do and who I could also be streaming with, because I think it was pretty apparent when Gravy and I streamed, did the co-streams together, that it was very, very valuable for both of our channels as far as getting the visibility and stuff like that. And so, and also even way back in the day when I first met Smokin' Rabbit 420, and he got on and did the grind with me when we were trying to get the shiny jelly bean once human. That was, I think, honestly, to date, my best viewership on a stream. And it was because he pulled up the chat and was like actively talking to chat and stuff with me. And so if I found somebody who, you know, kept the same general schedule that I did and had a very, very similar outlook on the game that I do, and we could co-stream, then I might do a duo thing, and that might be fun. But that's probably the extent of where I would go. But I would also have to find somebody who I wanted to spend that much time talking to and interacting with, and you know, just really intertwine our streams together. And I don't know. I don't know how well that would go. Yeah, I mean that's exactly kind of the problem. Is it would require finding somebody who doesn't do anything else like me, which isn't really a thing, right? The cross section of people who are able and willing to stream as much as I do, who I also want to spend 8 hours a day talking to, is extremely small. Like, there might be one person in the world who fits that bill. So the likelihood that I'm going to identify that person is pretty minimal. And then that person also has to want to talk to me for 8 hours a day. Which, let's face it, is a chore. But who knows? That can maybe be something we get to look forward to in the future. When I'm a little more successful, there will be other people who stream a lot more often who are of that same bracket. Right? There aren't a lot of unsuccessful streamers who stream as often as I do. Most people stream intermittently trying to become successful, and then they go full time. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. No, my suspensor belt is broken beyond repair, and I can't make a new one. Life is over. But I do think it's time to get a little food in me. I'm a little hungry. All I had was a little yogurt this morning, so I'm going to take a couple minutes, use the restroom, get something to eat, and I'll be right back. Don't you be turning your words back on me, Catastrophe. It's not nice. Hey, all right, Damien, enjoy your dinner and enjoy your game time. I was just thinking, as I was sitting here eating my peanut butter and jelly tacos, that I should change my channel name from Survival Hermit to Taco Man. And then I could sing that song, Nacho Man. But instead of Nacho, it could be Taco. Taco, Taco Man. I want to be a Taco Man. Except I guess it's Macho, not Nacho. But there's a parody somewhere of the Nacho instead of Macho. Anyway, y'all get it. But I think I would like having a theme song. And I think that one would fit me very well. Maybe I need to write a Survival Hermit theme song. Maybe use the music and the layout of like a sea shanty or something. Write a little Survival Hermit song. Alrighty. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on in the old interwebs real quick. Hmm. Not logging in. I'm sorry, do what now? How do you go a whole day without playing video games? Oh, not logging in anymore today. That makes more sense because, you know, it's already like midnight. Right. Right. That makes sense. I get it. All right. Doesn't look like there's anything interesting going on with Dune in the Reddit or on YouTube. So, guess we'll get back to the grind. I think we need some more aluminum. We probably need to go ahead and head out into the deep desert. Actually, let's do that. Let's go see about some spice. It's not quite prime time. It's only 5:30 mountain time right now. But we should be able to get out there, maybe get a full load without getting killed. Don't have... Well, that's fine. Yeah, the wings will be alright. They'll die quickly if I get attacked, but who gives a shit? Something I actually probably do need to do, though, is go ahead and change my color. Because when I attacked people the other day, I was in this specific color. And they'll all remember. But let's go ahead and go to a different swatch. Here's a swatch I never use. I mean, if you're gonna be solo, you kind of have to be devious, right? Can't just be out here. My name shall be famous soon. That seems unlikely. The only times I fought people, they all beat my ass, so... I don't think that anybody's gonna be really afraid of me. I guess maybe I'll be famously bad. Like everybody will be like, oh, it's Survival Hermit. Look at this free win. That sounds like what'll happen. Yeah, that's true. It does show in the event log. So some people have identified me. But I don't plan on going out here to attack people. I'll probably go back to white if I'm planning on attacking people. So that I can, you know, keep my anonymity a little bit when I'm in this other color here. Beg for mercy because they will be afraid of flying with just a storage. I mean, I won't PvP again until they fix the faction system. Because that's all that happened, right? The last time I came out here to PvP, I found one person who was just farming. And so, I mean, I killed them and I took some of their stuff. There's no fight there, right? They can't fight back because they have a storage. And then I found a group of 3 people defending a carrier. And I didn't attack their carrier or their spice crawler. I was just trying to get some PvP in. But there was no way to get like an equal PvP situation going on. Because there were 3 of them and 1 of me. And so I went back a couple of times to try and fight them, and I guess they finally got so annoyed that they completely destroyed my ornithopter, all the way down to destroying its chassis, and I had to replace the chassis. So it just, I mean, it's really, really difficult to get actual fun PvP going on out here. So until they fix the system, there's just not really any point. Because either I'll be severely outnumbered and all by myself, or I'll just be picking on people who are just trying to gather resources. And that's just not entertaining for me. Dual wield las guns, there you go. I definitely think that's a good idea. I would love to be able to dual wield las guns. Even if I couldn't move while I did it, I would just stand there still in the middle of the open, just las gunning the shit out of people. Sounds like the best time. I need to come up with a new simple video to make too. Maybe I should make a quick little short on farming calibrated servos and then attach it to a longer video about gathering some of the other resources in the Haga Basin. Since I think people are probably getting to the point where they're realizing that calibrated servos are super important. Maybe that'll be a good little video. Calibrated servos and industrial pumps. I need to look into where to get industrial pumps some more. Because there's no way it's just in the place where I'm at. That seems like a good one. Ooh, spice blow. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I want some spice. I want some spice. Spice is so freaking nice. I want some spice. Not gravy coming here while I'm out farming Calibrated servos. Say what now? Is Gravy skipping the calibrated servo farm? Gravy, how could you? She got your ass, dude. It's tomorrow in your time zone. Okay, that person's wings aren't blown up. It's probably safe out here. I mean, there's really just no PvPing on this server, like, at all. No rest for the wicked, Gravy. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free. Yep. Dang, some of these people are already going back down. That's brave. Oh. Oh. Nope. The whole thing's getting eaten, I think. Already? Too many people with too many compactors. I mean, it's gotta be, right? What is going on, man? I'm so confused. Oh my goodness. Somebody just almost got eaten. Okay, there's too many friggin' people here. It's not even fun at this point. There was a little spice blow out here somewhere. Hopefully I can find it. Is that it over there? Nope, that was just a shadow. No, maybe that is it over there. Maybe I just can only see it one way. You'll find one soon full of spice. Get 10k sand or no water for you. Dang. How rude. Bravy's just a taskmaster over here, man. You will farm 1 million spice a day, or you will die of dehydration. I think I see it. Exiled into the sands. Oh no, Gravy. What a rookie move, dude. You let somebody else be the owner of the guild base? How are you supposed to be in control? If somebody else is the owner of the base? How are you supposed to force compliance if you can't take away access? Rookie move. I mean, you built the guild up person by person. I think you should be in charge of everything. Oh, Spice. Where are you, Spice? Don't you want to be my friend? I want to be your friend. And transfer ownership. Need to build a new sub peeve. Is that sand down there? Hopefully it's not fake sand. Because I gotta get like 10 or 12 of these to fill up. Actually, maybe more like 15. Gravy's the face of the guild, but you're the real leader? Hmm. Well, sweet. I got 1 spice sand. Fucking hate this game, dude. Every time I come into the deep desert, it makes me want to rage. Why do you have to ruin my life? Why can't I just have the spice? Oh, there's a medium one that's all taken. Sad day. Hey, what's up, Dimma? Yeah, you go get some sleep. If I see you back on here later, Gravy, I'm gonna ban you from the channel. I want to see that mug until tomorrow. Banned, not banged. How is life, the universe, and everything going for you there, Dimma? That's funny. Gravy getting all deep right before bed. Got home from work. Nice. Good deal. Good deal. Yeah, I heard y'all's guild grew a little bit. It's nice. A spice. Spice, glorious spice. I close my eyes and I can see a spice bloom waiting there for me that I call my own. Through the door, through the dunes, dodge the worms. Go where no one's mined before. I don't know, that turned out a little sloppier than I wanted, but, you know, it was still fun. want spice. I want spice. I want action tonight. Satisfaction. I have a feeling there's already going to be someone here, and this is just going to be a medium bloom. So there's not even going to be enough. I'm going to be so sad. Taco fries. What's a taco fry? Is that where you like put all the taco fixins on a pile of french fries? And then just eat them with a fork? That sounds delicious. All I have right now is yellow potatoes. But I could make some fries out of some yellow potatoes. Oh, I don't have an air fryer. Sad day. I guess I could do them in the skillet. I don't have any ground beef or anything, but I could like fry up some eggs, put some fried eggs on top. Potatoes. I fucking love potatoes. That movie, The Martian, really hit for me because, like, you could totally trap me on another planet and make me live off potatoes, and I'd be totally fine with that. I could be that dude. Wouldn't even bother me one little bit. Send my ass with a little salt. And a whole lot of spuds. I'd explore all of Mars. Fueled by nothing but potatoes. You might also have to send me with a distillery so that I could turn my spuds into alcohol so that I could also have some potato vodka or something. Yeah, this is a huge problem. There's too many people here, so we just keep calling the worm. Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna be the only person on a desert planet, I'm gonna need some potato vodka. It's just because my server's too nice. There's no conflict here. And it's because the stupid faction system is broken. If the faction system wasn't broken, then there'd be a war going on right now between Atreides and Harkonnens to get this spice, and it'd be super dope. But instead, it's just booty cheeks. Went up to my usual ALUBP spot. Looted a Focus Mark IV body cutter. Nice. Good job, Catastrophe. I think the Coriolis storm just hit. And also the blow is really new. So the blow is still going on. I mean, this is literally just my worst experience gathering spice ever. Barely gotten 2,000. Normally one of these medium spice blows would like fill me up. I don't even want to deal with that anymore. And normally I could go and gather like 3 times. But because there's so many people there making so much noise, you can only get like either 1 gather in or 1 shoot in before the stupid dude comes. Awful. Not fun at all. I'd rather find freaking solo small spots than have to compete with a bunch of people for the big spots or medium spots like that. But this is what happens. Either your server is all people just killing everyone, or it's all people just not killing anyone, or... I mean, until the faction system gets implemented, until they have, like, real motivation to interact with the faction system, it's just all gonna be kind of meh. All gonna be kind of meh. Which is really too bad, because I think the faction system in this game is probably one of the best PvP systems I've ever seen. At least, its conceptualization was really good. Its execution has been dog water, but... the concept is phenomenal. And I really want to see it come to fruition. I will be so excited to play out here in the deep desert when that happens. I mean, I'll just come out here and protect people of my faction. Like, I won't even necessarily be out here to harvest resources all the time. When I want PvP, I'll just come out here, load it up, and go protect people. Not at all. Friendly fire is important to leave on because you want to kill Zerg guilds. And you want to kill mega guilds. The reason that the friendly fire even exists at all is so that a guild can't have like 3 guilds involved and all of them just be able to work together without any problems. And so instead of having, 100-person guild or a 150-person guild like you could have, if you have more than a single guild, then you start running into some serious problems. Now, I'd be okay with them maybe turning off friendly fire just amongst your guild, but I think that the system of friendly fire actually also lends itself. That is what the faction is, but here's how it differs, Daima. The most important thing about the faction system is that the factions are run by the system. And because of that, there is no player that can kick you out of the faction. And the reason that's important is because it automatically includes solos and casuals, right? You can't get rid of those people. So you have to support them because that's the only option available to you. It also means that the victories of the larger, more like professional style guilds are shared across the entire faction. And that's what the Landsrad system is for, is to share the victories of the faction to more people who maybe aren't even playing as much. So as a solo, or if you were a super casual player who only played a few hours a week, you could still get things like the crafting reduction and all that other stuff if your faction won. And that motivates you to want to come out here and help your faction win and do stuff to help your faction win, because even the little bit of bonus or the little bit of help that you can give is going to be really important to that overall victory. And it also means that people are going to start wanting to work more together. And so the reason the faction system is broken right now isn't because of friendly fire. It's because there's no motivator. The game doesn't change if you don't interact with your faction. So I can come out, right, I'm factionless right now, but I could just go join Atreides. And if I joined Atreides, I would basically automatically be getting the Landsrat every week, and I would be able to PvP anybody I wanted still. So the gameplay doesn't change if I choose a faction, because there's no mechanical motivator that says, okay, your best option is to work together with your faction. And there's no mechanical motivator to drive you to want to choose the other faction either, because you don't have to choose the other faction in order to PvP. So there's no mechanical motivator to even the factions. So the best possible strategy that a world can do right now is just everybody join the same faction and then just free-for-all kill each other. Because then everybody gets all the rewards and there's PvP in the deep desert. But guild-based PvP is really shit because it only works for the best players in the biggest guilds. And so if you're a casual or a solo, A, you can't get in those guilds because they won't take you if you're a casual. Because why would they fill up a slot with a person who's only going to play 2 hours a day when they could use that slot to use, or to have a person who's going to play 10 hours a day? So you just automatically can't join guilds. And you can't come out here by yourself, because if you come out here by yourself, you just get shitted on. Because everybody will kill you. Or it turns out like my server, where everybody's in the same faction and nobody fights. And so we're just all out here getting the Landsrad. We're all out here farming. and there's not enough resources to go around, so everybody's just kind of farming slowly. And it's kind of booty cheeks. But if you implement a system that motivates cooperation and makes you want to join the other faction for PvP, all that goes away. And the system that they need to implement is either a reward system or a penalty system. And we talk about this pretty much every day. But they need to either reward you doing stuff with your allies, or they need to penalize you for killing your allies. Even accidentally. And then they have to improve communication in the game. The fact that there's no faction chat channel is maybe the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like, how can I not just chat with my faction? That's crazy. But honestly, I think even beyond faction chat in the game, and I've talked about this once or twice, but I don't know how recently, I think they need to start looking to third-party systems, because the amount of communication you need to be able to have with the other guilds in your faction in this game is too much for in-game text chat. Right? You need to have records of what people are saying. You need to have a Discord server. And so instead of trying to integrate the chat into the game, because everybody pretty much already uses a third-party system anyway, get with a company like Discord and get yourself a bot, right? Make a bot. And then publish that bot for everybody to use in their guild discords that will help with communication in your faction and in your world. So, you know, maybe you have to link your Discord account and your in-game account together somehow. And then, you know, you go in and you choose like the world that you're on and the faction that you're in. And then, you know, it'll bring up a channel or something like that that has the in-game faction chat or something like that that can be posted into your Discord so that you can go back and have a record of it, right? So it'll just like copy all of the chat from your faction chat into the Discord. I don't know exactly what it would need to be, but there absolutely needs to be something, because I can't be in the game all the time, right? Even as much as I play. And I certainly couldn't be in the faction chat all the time. So I need a record, right? I need to be able to go back. I need to understand what the plan is. If we change, you know, the swatches that we're going to use, all of that stuff is important information to have. And so you need a way for an individual person to be able to maintain that chat for themselves or for their guild somewhere else. And that's never going to be something that you can integrate really well into the game itself. So finding a third-party resource where you could create a bot or something like that for a text chat or, you know, a chat system like Discord is probably going to be your best option, because it needs to be more robust. Maybe even finding a way, I don't even know if it's possible with Discord. And maybe this would have to be something that was an in-game thing, but if you could have a voice chat for faction, or multiple voice chat channels for faction, or, you know, maybe they need to go through and maybe they need to create Discord channels for every world and have some sort of a verification system for what faction you're in, right? You have to send a screenshot of your character or whatever to verify that you're in a certain faction. And then you can join the voice chats or whatever in the text chats for that faction in that Discord server, right? I mean, that would mean making hundreds of Discord servers and then moderating hundreds of Discord servers. But, you know, they tried to make a political political survival MMO, and there's no way to communicate with the players. There's no support. You could maybe do that all in one server. There is a limit to how many channels you can have in a server, though. But yeah, sure. I mean, find some solution. But you can't have a political survival game with no system of communication. Like, that's insane. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that the business accounts can probably have more. And again, that's something that they would take up with Discord, right? Obviously, they're not just a regular user, they're a corporate user. And so, of course, you contact Discord, you say, hey, this is our plan, this is what we want to use your platform for. And then, I mean, Discord could go in and make special code and stuff like that to support whatever it was they were doing. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that would happen in that case because it would bring so much money and so much more use to Discord service. You know, Discord could maybe put something in there that would motivate people to buy the Discord Nitro or whatever. You know, something about boosting on the server, giving you, you know, some benefit specifically in that channel. And that would boost their revenue pretty significantly. So there's lots of good options there. Honestly, I don't understand why there isn't a service like Discord that spends more time and energy courting game developers to try and find ways to integrate Discord more with certain games. Because, I mean, basically every video game on the market today has a Discord channel. Every Twitch streamer has a Discord channel. Every, like, the limit to the integrations when Discord is such an integral part of so many of those things, especially in the gaming space, is insane to me. Like, as far as I know, Twitch doesn't have a way for me to just move my chat, or YouTube for that matter, doesn't have a way for me to just like move my chat onto my Discord, or to like copy my chat onto my Discord, and to copy my chat from my Discord to crap. Oh crap. Well, that's there, but I can't really get to that, so whatever. But I would love to have just a text channel in my Discord that took in, you know, all the chats from both my Twitch and my YouTube, and then could also publish chats to my Twitch and my YouTube, which Restream has something like that. The program that I use to multi-stream to both Twitch and YouTube has something like that. But the fact that a third-party system is making that work and Twitch and YouTube aren't supporting that in any way personally is kind of insane to me. I actually probably do need to go ahead and try and set that up with Restream. I don't know if I have to be using their premium or whatever though for it. Or maybe get on if this then that. I could probably get on if this then that and do that. Or maybe use my streamer bot. I wonder if streamer bot could do it for me from my local machine. Or even on a completely different machine. So if I wasn't trying to use streamer bot to control OBS, I could probably just use a Raspberry Pi. I wonder. Ooh, I wonder, ooh, I do, I do, I do. What's in my wonder ball? I don't know. There's so many things. So much stuff. Technology's too cool. It can allow you to do anything. Dude, there's like no spice out here. This sucks. Oh shoot. I'm about halfway dead on my wings from where I was when I first started. I'm gonna have to go home soon. With basically nothing to show for it. Dehydrated. There we go. Now we're hydrated again. Albatross wings, Storm Rider booster. Some of those, some of those, some of those. Definitely those. Sure, that looks good. I don't need any of that. Okay. Not going to be able to get that. There's another medium spice field that's basically been all the way used. I mean, I guess I could go down here and try and pick at the edges. I don't know, let's see how much spice I can get here. Black. Whatever, I'm out of here. I love to watch the other people fly by in their ornithopters. So cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking the deep desert would have been much better served if it had had two sides to it. And then the most stuff was in the center. So you only ever had to traverse like half of its distance. Boink. My pumps. But then, to get to the most dense stuff, you would only have to go halfway into the deep desert. And then, one side would be the Atreides entrance, one side would be the Harco entrance. And then you kind of fight over the middle. I don't know. I don't know. And then there could be a great big Haga rift right down the middle. That'd be the most fun. Running on fumes. Oh. I didn't know. I think I might grab a bunch of my Solari and fly around to the different trade outposts and see if they sell calibrated servos and industrial pumps, and just buy out any that I can. Be 750 a piece. They usually sell like 50, so it'd be a little less than 50K. I mean, it'd be expensive, but I feel like it'd kind of be worth it. I don't really have any other use for Solari anymore, other than paying my taxes, which I get more than enough every week just by going and farming pumps and stuff. And certainly when I start doing deep desert testing stations, I'll be getting more than enough that I shouldn't need to save Solari. I should always be spending my excess. So let's see. Put that away. Can't believe how much cleaner it looks over here because I don't have so many freaking power generators now. Gonna have to decorate. Gonna need to buy some decorations. Need to get a couple of fuel cells out. I just put one away. Must have been full. Got to grab a bunch of Solari. Do we have any more in here anywhere? Sometimes I put some in these boxes. I thought I took it all out, but it's possible I put some more back in because I'm an idiot. Nope, looks like I didn't. So I have 1, 2, 3, 3,500 or 350,000. Okay. So I did see a clip the other day of somebody actually getting inside this big Sardaukar ship. Apparently it's completely empty. You can just pass right through it. It's not a collision mesh. And so there's actually kind of an internal structure, right? It's not all just an external thing, but when you fly up to it, if you can dispenser belt your way up there, you'll just pass right through it, and then there's nothing inside really.
Been a while since a new face showed up around here. I'm Zoe. Used to be from Really? Did you all... Well, at least you made me smile, stranger. I think we'll get along just fine. Now, how can I help you?
Got some furniture and stuff here, actually. Let's buy some furniture, y'all. Let's decorate a little. Let's see. Industrial pumps. 2,500 apiece. I can only buy 15? You suck, dude. And no calibrated servos? Are you serious? Freaking Garbo, dude. Somebody better sell me some flippin' calibrated servos and some more flippin' industrial pumps. Or I'm gonna get testy.
Still alive, are you?
Looks like they've got mostly the same little sets there. That's too bad. Hey, there we go. There's some calibrated servos. Give me those. But no industrial pumps, huh? You suck too, brother. I assume that's a weekly thing. At least I hope so. This is my favorite time of day. I don't know exactly what time of day it is right now. It's right about to be night though. And you get that kind of blue sheen. It's really brief. But everything looks really crisp. I don't know why this fogginess comes back or why there isn't any fogginess for just that brief period of time. Maybe it's an elevation thing or something and I'm just not noticing. I don't really know. But every now and then, everything really gets crisp and clean and gets a little bit of a blue hue to it. Looks so good. I'm not at the Anvil station. We're even going to go all the way back to the very beginning station. All the way back to Griffin.
Another innocent traveler, like every other scoundrel here. Got my eye on you, stranger. Don't test me.
Oh, you shut the fuck up. I'm like 1,000 times stronger than you. What are you gonna do? Nothing. Plead for mercy. Okay, no more PSU. Got it. It freaking exploded. And now I mean, I can still use this. The temp rises way, way faster, though, because your PSU, like, controls your temperature. And now I'm covered in electricity. Honestly, it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Might just leave it this way. Alright, I seriously doubt this person has calibrated
You keep coming
servos
back
or
like
industrial
this,
pumps.
I'll have to stop calling you stranger. Stranger?
Yeah, definitely not. Okay. That's too bad. Stupid Sardaukar ship. Thinks it can just get in my way like it owns the skies. Get out of my swamp. Whoops. Ew. Dive bomb. Think I have enough, yep, to make another one of these now. Nice. What are we up to? 1.3 million? So 13 of these bad boys? Only need a bajillion more industrial pumps. Oh my gosh, I need so many more industrial pumps. I need 47, 1,175 industrial pumps left to get. Holy crap, I need to look up some industrial pump locations. Dune Awakening Industrial Pump. Eastern Shield Wall. Sometimes drop in the deep desert, unique chests and ecology labs and shipwrecks. Falling shipwrecks, Eastern Shield Wall. And Sentinel City. Wow, so it looks like Sentinel City is seriously the only place where you can get them. That doesn't even seem normal. Sentinel City is in the Eastern Shield Wall. There is no other. I mean, that doesn't even seem real, right? What's going on in my life? Looks like Jabrali Freed Al Garb, as well as Al Shark, has calibrated servos. At least in a couple of places. There's gotta be somewhere else. I wonder if the wreck here might have them. Let's make some more wire. Them all out. And do we have what we need to make more particulate filters? Yes. Ooh, I can make 60 particulate filters. What's up? That's 6 days worth or 20. Right? Because they each take 6 for 3 days. So that's 3 days worth for 20. Oh, 3 days worth for 10. I'll figure it out eventually. I know how to do math. Ooh, that PSU is busted. Honestly, should probably just go ahead and replace that. And probably this engine too. Let's see, what are we looking at here? If I'm gonna replace stuff, I'd rather replace it with tier 6.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
What am I missing for the generator? Particle, plastanium, spice. Plastanium, spice. We'll see. Good enough for now, I guess. Let's go into Eastern Shield Walls wreck here and see if maybe it has, because it does say that some of these wrecks can have them. It does not say it specifically says that it's the ones out in the deep desert though. So we'll see. I need pumps. That was pretty bad. Lol. Nothing. 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 That was all the way useless. All right, fantastic. Absolutely nothing of any value. Oh. Still absolutely nothing of any value. Noted. Alright, well, let's go get some more industrial pumps. Oh, where have my industrial pumps gone? No, I'm not. I am here. You are here. But soon, you will not be here. The Dread Pirate Roberts has come for your souls. Nerds. Nerds. Definitely don't need a Mark IV blood extractor. Can I, like, throw this down there? No, it lands right here. That's too bad. Oh no. Somebody knocked me off a cliff. Goodness gracious. Yo, this is so laggy in here. They really got to get some of this lag under control in some of these areas. Really sucks the fun right out of things. And oh my goodness, can I please have more industrial pumps? I think that's it. Oop, dispenser's bell broke again. Oh no. And now I can't repair it. Now I'm real screwed. Can I please? Oh, I don't have my vehicle with me. I left it. Why did I not put away my vehicle? What would have possessed me? Now I don't have my suspensor belt, so I can't just like fly up there. I gotta run. Oh, my life is in shambles. This is the end. What am I even gonna do? Probably be faster just to go through here. I think there's only a couple of enemies. Is that a person? Let me get a ride, dude. All right. So it looks like just no more places to get Imperial pumps. I don't even know what the devs were thinking there. Or just let me buy some more. Only being able to buy 15 sucks. Maybe I need to go to Arakeen. I know I can't buy them from the exchange because nobody's selling them. Maybe I could buy them somewhere else, or maybe I can get in my chat here. Forever young, I want to be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? Well, it looks like I do have enough for another one of these, so now we're up to 14. Oh, not quite. Still got to make more silicon. Alright, let's go see if there's anywhere where I can go buy these industrial pumps. And maybe calibrated servos, because I will seriously burn all of my currency on those resources. Heck, I'll go put a bunch of effort into getting more currency, depending on how expensive they are. It might actually be faster if I could buy an infinite number to just buy them. It took way too long. I mean, I only got 19 in that last run, which is sadly small amount.
Oh, hey there, friend. Looking for anything special?
Why? Why don't you have pumps?
Welcome to O'Gary's. If you need it, we got it. And if we don't get it, we'll get it.
Why don't either of you have pumps? You suck.
Hey there. What do you need?
Mark 5 Albatross Wing Module. Will you sell me industrial pumps? No. Is there nobody who will sell me industrial pumps? Let's see if there's anybody scooping spice. Doesn't look like it. There are still more merchants, right? Okay, those are Landsrad merchants. Maybe the weapon merchant will have it. I doubt it very much, but it's possible, I guess. Guess we'll go back here and see too. Okay, let's go check some shit out.
Yeah, what's your pleasure?
You got anything I actually care about?
We have the tools to suit your every murder need, my friend.
Nope. Got some diamondine dust there though, so guess maybe if I need that I can get a little. I don't have the ability to talk to the Landsrad vendors, I don't think.
My apologies.
I only trade with those who have the favor of the land.
Sorry, but I'm...
Bummer.
So! My friend, you buy some water.
Ah, it's you again. Come to share your secrets this time.
Oh, he'll sell me 100 spice melange for 120,000 each. That seems totally reasonable.
Welcome. How may I assist you?
Sure. You have calibrated servos. Not precisely what I wanted, but whatever. Worth it. I probably should have just kept all my money for stupid pumps, but I can only buy like 35k worth of pumps a week, so at least that's what it seems like. I don't really see a ton of value in hanging on to that stuff. Let's see. Can I talk in Arcane? Guess not. It's silly how many more resources I can gather of every other type that I need beyond the calibrated servos and the industrial pumps. Like, I'm drowning in duraluminum. I have an honestly ridiculous amount of water going. I'm gonna have so much more water. It's all very silly. Oh, I think another aluminum run and then probably another jasmium run are going to be in order here. Keep things going through the night because I still got 500k water. I need to eat some of that. Let's actually land and repair my wings here real quick. Yes. Oh no. That's awful. At least you only almost died. Could have been worse. I got to admit, if you had actually died, that would have been much more entertaining for me. Much more entertaining. Besides, you probably deserve it. Probably deserve it. Just call him like I see him, Taco. Just call him like I see him. I really can't wait until the deep desert is fixed. I am so hyped for the deep desert to get fixed. I'm gonna feel so bad if they don't ever make any changes to the deep desert to make it actually good. I might actually break down and cry. Whoa, whoa, sweet child of mine. Whoa, ho, 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 sweet love of mine. Okay. More fiber. Is this my third? I think this might be my third aluminum run today. It's crazy, even just as a solo. Of course, I guess a lot of what I need as a solo is also stuff that people only need the same amount of as a group. But it's crazy how many resources you need, even as a solo, to get your base up and running and looking right and working right, getting that water, getting that freaking power going. I really want to get this whole base all set up because I want to do a base tour. But I need to build it. And then I need to get all the infrastructure in, right? Because I want to get all 6 million water storage and collection all done. Oops, wrong button. Get all the power going. I won't know what to do when I get 6 million water a day. It only takes 500 to make one duraluminum ingot. So 6 million divided by 500 is 12,000. And then you divide that by 120. So you would be able to run just over 4 actually, you would be able to run 5 refineries all day doing aluminum into duraluminum on 6 million water. You would have 1 refinery doing duraluminum and 4 refineries doing aluminum all day, every day. If you had 6 million water, and you could make 12,000 duraluminum in a day. Which is crazy. Now you can make 180 aluminum in a large refinery in an hour, because it only takes 20 seconds instead of 30 seconds in a large refinery. And that large refinery would also utilize fewer resources. So you could actually use fewer overall refineries. I don't know if it uses less water. I do know it uses less ore. If it uses the same amount of water, then you could use fewer refineries to do the same thing and ultimately have to farm less resources. So we're going to be trying to get probably 3 large ore refineries in our base, which means we actually need a much bigger base than we have right now. I made my base a little small because once we get a large ore refinery, or a couple large ore refineries, and a large spice refinery in there, we're just not going to have any room. Honestly, I don't even think the base is tall enough right now. None of the floors are. to hold a large spice refinery, so we're gonna have to do some serious reworking on our base, I think. Probably gonna tear it down to the studs. It's weird because I've been living in this base for a while. I've gotten pretty used to it, pretty comfortable in it. It's gonna be weird to tear it all down and rebuild it, trying to make something else. But art is transformation, right? Hmm. Let me in the buggy, or the salt doctor. Why are you ruining my life? Alright, gotta get my hazmat suit. Where do I even put my hazmat suit? There it is. That's not where it goes. Apparently that's where it is, though. Get my hazmat suit, turn on my aluminum here to use up some of this water. Goodness, how do I still have 400,000 water? What is going on? Let's see, I make like 2 million water a day, I think. A little more than 2 million water a day. So in order to use up 2 million water, I need to make 4,000 duraluminum ingots a day. Oh my god. Well, no wonder. Alright, let's go get us some more duraluminum, some more jasmium. And then we'll start thinking about... We still have 3,000 cobalt paste. We've got thousands of flour sand. We're making thousands of silicon. We don't have to worry about that. I mean, really the only thing we're even remotely having trouble keeping up with at this point is industrial pumps. It's literally like our whole world right now is just how do we get more industrial pumps? And the answer is we freaking don't. They just don't exist. We just have to sit here and be sad with our no industrial pumps. colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Oh, it's just a little low for me, but I don't think it sounds as good if I octave it up. Yo ho, all hands, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Get away from me, you dumb worm. Every time I come out into the shoal, man. Worm's just out here. Patrolling. That's what I get. What did I ever do to you, Taco? I am nothing but kind to you. Never say anything mean. Never wish anything bad would happen to you. I don't know what you're talking about. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. I would never, ever say something like that. I don't know what you're talking about. I also definitely didn't forget that there's an actual record of everything that I say while I'm streaming. And that there's literally no way for me to lie. Alack and alas. Bye bye. Nerd. Bye 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 bye. I don't wanna be a fool in this game for two, so I'm leaving you behind.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That was a heck of a good ramp right there. That felt real good. Very powerful. Every time I get a really good ramp like that going, I really, really wish that my buggy had a suspensor on its treads, and I could just like do these nice oh, that was curved in a direction I did not notice until I was right up on it. That I could just do these nice ramps and like hit my suspensor and just float a little bit. It doesn't need to be nearly as good as you know, the one for your person. But just a nice little suspensor module for my Jeep. So I could yeet myself into the sky every now and then. That'd be fun. Because who doesn't want to yeet themselves into the sky? I want to yeet myself into the sky. Hey, vehicle's all full. Booyah. That went super fast. I still got half of my time left. Before I'm like dead to radiation. There's that worm again. Oh yeah, that was a good jump. Oh, pissed it off. Oh no. I'm dehydrated. Nobody remembered to tell me to drink water. Now I'm gonna die. ¿Por qué? Why does nobody care about me? It's not that I refuse to. It's that my attention is split between playing the game and chat. And so as part of this whole ecosystem of community and interactive entertainment that we have, chat has to do some of the work of paying attention to the game for me, so that I can spend some of the attention I would normally spend on playing the game on interacting with chat. And so together, we create a better gaming and entertainment experience. But y'all just be out here throwing me to the wolves and leaving me on my own, thinking that I'm some sort of video game guru and I can just play video games well. I have on more than one occasion made it perfectly clear that I'm a trash can. What's up, no you? I'm just doing my best. And everybody's like, nope, fuck this guy, let him dehydrate. At work, easy day. You know, Mondays should be easy days. There's no reason to go back to work after a weekend and actually have to try. That just sounds awful. I know there's lots of companies out there with Casual Friday, but what about Fuck It Monday? I feel like that's something we should bring to the corporate world. If you get a little work done, that's great. But if not, fuck it. Yeah, definitely. I think it's the way to go. I think it's the way to go. We're too productive as a society, honestly. We get way too much shit done. Time to slow our roll a little bit. Do I pop at all? PvP. So I want to do some PvP, know you. But I'm kind of just waiting around for the faction system to get fixed. I went out and did some PvP a couple of days ago, and it ends up feeling really bad because either you find a bunch of solos out there who literally don't have any defenses because you can't bring missiles and storage, or you find like a large guild that's out there doing crawler operations and they've got 3 or 4 people in assaults and scouts, and so I'm just a solo. If I go out there and try and fight those people, then I just get dumpstered. And so either you pick on people who can't fight back or you fight super outnumbered, and it's just not all that much fun. As soon as the faction system gets fixed, then that'll all go away because people will be out there protecting large spice blows on a faction scale instead of just a guild scale. And so I'll be able to jump in and just pick a faction and help that faction. So if I want a PvP, I'll just go out with missiles and then I'll just go find, a large spice blow that my faction is trying to control. And then awesome, I can just jump in and help. But until that happens as a solo, there's just not really any place for me in PvP. I think there's probably still some good guild-based PvP to be had. But if I wanted to play a guild-based PvP game, I would go play Albion. But I personally hate guild versus guild models. I think they're crap. And I think that it's stupid to allow one player to be in charge of another player's activities. Especially when it comes to the endgame loop. And faction systems solve that problem because you can't kick somebody out of a faction. So if I want to go be a part of faction stuff and I'm not doing the things that you think I should be doing, well, I'm not part of your guild, so there's not really dick you can do about it. I do what I want. And you can't kick me out of the faction, so... Whoops. I forgot that my suspensor belt is broken. But we'll see. I'm pretty hopeful. I think that the original sort of idea for this game, hopefully the game stays popular until the last DLC they're releasing for the season. Guess it's a PvP DLC. Yeah, I mean, I think that'll be important. But the game just came out, so I mean, obviously there's not going to be a DLC for a year. So I wouldn't want... The problem isn't that the content isn't good. And the problem isn't that there's not enough content, right? Because the Haga Basin is extraordinarily fun. And going through the storyline of the game is extraordinarily fun. And the PvE part of the game, where you're building up and getting ready, yeah, that's exactly right. So you're still in the part of the game that's wildly enjoyable. And you're going to be in that part of the game for a while, right? You said you played 35 hours in 2 weeks. So I figure you've got a good 200 hours before you beat all the quests, before you get, all the way into your unique duraluminum tier gear, before you're just totally done with the PvE part of this game. And even after you finish the PvE part of this game, I've already played 400 hours of Dune. And so even once you finish all the story and all that, there's still the massive effort of things like getting all of your water right and getting all of your power right and all that stuff. Especially if you're solo, you're going to be trying to build a lot of these large water catchers and these directional wind turbines. And they use a lot of calibrated servos. So you're kind of bottlenecked there. They use a lot of duraluminum ingots. So you're going to be coming over here. You're going to be farming these locations here in Jabal Ifrit al-Sharq to get your calibrated servos. And then you're going to need lots of water storage, which means large water cisterns, which are also duraluminum tier, which means lots of industrial pumps. The only place I know of to get industrial pumps is right here at Godzilla Mountain in Sentinel City. So you're going to be doing a lot of farm there. You're going to be farming a lot of aluminum. Up in here, you're going to be farming a lot of duraluminum down here in the shoal. So to get your base, even as a solo, just all the way in a good spot, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 hours. So if you're at 35 in 2 weeks, you're playing, 17 a week. You're looking at 20 or 30 weeks at least of content before you get to a point where there's just no more progression you can do on your base, and there's no more progression you can do on your character or anything like that. So, by the time you get to a point where you really need things to be fixed, things are probably going to be fixed. I'm going to hit that barrier in about 2 more weeks. But I'm saying it would take that long. Right. Well, and that's a very average experience, right? That's the way most people play games. We have to stop trying to get development cycles to push for players like me, right? Because I'm an anomaly. And so games need to be, designed for players who are playing as much as you are, or even maybe a little less than you are, right? 17 hours is actually kind of a lot in a week. You might even want to take it all the way down. Not you, but game developers might even want to look at it as, the average player probably only plays about 10 hours a week. And at 10 hours a week, you're easily looking at a year of content in this game right now. So I don't see a problem where we need more content yet. What we do need, and the thing that you should look at for your players who play like me, is the repetition loop, right? The end game loop. When I'm all done in another week or two, getting, my 6 million water a day and my, my tons of plastanium a day and all that stuff that I'll be able to farm. When I'm done building all that stuff up, that's it. I'm done. Unless you have a repeatable end game loop, and they do, right? The Landsrat is totally supposed to be that. I'm supposed to just interact with this every week, and I'm supposed to pick a faction, and I'm supposed to fight the other faction. And this loop would be wildly entertaining, right? Because it's got lots of cosmetics in it. It's got lots of unique schematics in it. It's got good PvP systems in it. It's got control points. It's got, spice farming. It's got, there's all the stuff that you want to do in the end game is in the Landsrad. And so that's great. And so as soon as they get the faction system right, where I have reason to want to like group up and work together with my faction, then now all of your casuals, all of your solos, all of your small groups are going to be able to actually interact with this. And then you just have to find a way to motivate people to want to be on opposite teams so that they can PvP, and then it's all good. I mean, literally just the faction system is broken in the end game. And so that kills the entire end game loop. And as soon as they fix that, the end game loop of this game is actually phenomenal. Chose Atreides. I mean, a lot of people chose Atreides. I think most people like the aesthetic more. You know, Harkonnen are pretty squarely the bad guys and the evil people in Dune. And so, I mean, it's pretty uncommon for someone to prefer the evil aesthetic to the good aesthetic. So I think that's just always going to be a thing. And I think the people who play Harkonnen are going to end up being the people who like being the underdogs. No, I've never read the books. The only Dune lore that I'm up on is I watched the 1980s movie one time when I was a kid, when I was like 10. But I know nothing else about the Dune lore. And I'm not really a lore person. I don't really care. I'm about mechanics. I'm about gameplay. Still haven't seen the new movies. I read like 30% of the first book. I tried to read the first book. And I am a very well-read person. Like, I read a lot. I've read a couple thousand books in my life, probably. But I could not get through the first page of that book. And not because I didn't like it and because I didn't think the story was compelling, but I couldn't keep it in my head. Like, I would read the first page and then I wouldn't know what was happening. And then I'd go read the first page again and I wouldn't know what was happening. I read the first page like 10 times. It took me like a half hour. And I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on the first page of this book. And I put it down and I never went back. But I was reading at a college level when I was in the 6th grade. And I was in college when I tried to read Dune. I could not read it. Oops, wrong way. I want to extract water, not deposit it. Yeah, I don't know that it's necessarily specifically the words that the author was using, but just something about their writing style just made everything fall out of my head the minute I read it. I don't know. And obviously that's not the same issue that everybody has. Lots of people have read the books, lots of people love the books. That's a me thing, not a book thing. I just wasn't really able to keep it in there. That's fine. I don't have to like every book in the world. I'm okay with it. The game is good. The lore makes for an interesting world to play in. So that's great as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, absolutely. I'm probably going to be getting off here pretty soon, but yeah. Actually, I'm probably going to call it right now. It's about a 5.5 hour stream. And I don't really have anything else I want to accomplish today, so I think we'll just call it. I think that's a good idea. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming out today. Again, it's 3 or 4 days in a row now. We've had a really, really active chat and had some new people and stuff in. So things are really looking up for the channel, which always makes me happy. I really enjoy getting to talk to new people, getting to talk to old people, getting to talk to anybody really about the game and about gaming in general. So I really, really appreciate everybody who stops by. Y'all really make this whole process worth it. So thank you very much. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all on the next one, which will be tomorrow.